Well, hello everybody, and welcome to Vinyl Treasures. I'm your host, Johnny G, John Galindo, coming to you live each and every Saturday, only here, hold on a second, only here on YouTube. Want to welcome you to the April 15th, 2023 Vinyl Treasure Show. Welcome to the All 50's and Early 60's edition of the Vinyl Treasure Show, and I think that's my mother calling me. Maybe she's having trouble signing in. I don't know. I will talk to her in 1 second, but let me tell you what we just heard. I'm running behind, folks. Had a big rainstorm here in Westchester County, but I was a little bit behind. Couldn't find some of the requests. I did find them, but I've been scrambling here for the last few hours. But we opened up tonight's 50's edition with tenor saxophonist Al King and his Kingsmen. That one there on Joe Davis's JD record label. A tune written by Al King. It was called Joyride, a song that Alan Freed played on his program if you were listening on WINS here in New York City. That one there from June 1956. Now, the Kingsmen, they were Solomon Moore on baritone sax, James Sigler, he was on piano and organ, Eddie McFadden on guitar, and Thomas Barney on bass, and Franco Da Silva on drums. That's our opener there on Davis Records. I said JD, it's Davis. June 56, Al King and his Kingsmen, song entitled Joyride. Well, John G is going to be in for a joyride tonight, and maybe you too, the listeners. Let's open up the vocal portion here with this unreleased master that was purchased by Ralph Newman and Steve Flam. They were the creators of the Trade magazine. I'm sure many of you have purchased that magazine in the early 70s, Bim Bam Boom Records. And also, they had their own record label called Bim Bam Boom. The band leader, band leader, writer, and label owner Al Brown had reels and reels of master tapes of unknown groups and that he recorded. And according to Tony D'Ambrosio, who worked with Al Brown in selling these masters. Now this song, this song was sold to Bim Bam Boom for $50. $50. And since the group was unknown, they didn't know what to call it. So they named the group after the A-side of the song that they put out. It was called My Inspiration. They were called the Inspirations. I'm playing the B-side of the 45. It came out about 1972. I think it's about 1958 here as I am babbling on. So let's give it a spin. This is the jump side. I'm saying 58. The Inspirations on Bim Bam Boom. It's called Ay, Yi, Yi.
Boom, boom, boom. Ay, 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 ay,
I was trying to, my mother got locked out of the tablet. I was trying to help her. Of course, I can't run down and do it. She's sitting at the table and she's watching Johnny G here. So you got to forgive me here, folks. But that's a cool tune there from 1958. I think they are a Latino group. They sound Latino to me. And that song sounds like another song. It really does. But those are the Inspirations there, 1958. Originally came out, though, in 1972 on the Bim Bam Boom record label. Ay, Ay, Ay is the name of the tune. Let's continue here. And on last week's Vinyl Treasure Show, I played a request for listener Joe Shacatano. He requested Richard Lanham and the uncredited tempo tones on William Henry Miller's Acme label. His second release on the label called The Day I Met You. Now, tonight I'm spinning the flip side of that before we file it back down in the no humidity basement. And it's not an easy record to find. It's pretty hard to find this 45. He was 12 years old when he recorded his first release called On Your Radio in 57. This one's in 58. He's 13 years old. 13-year-old Richard Lanham and the uncredited tempo tones backing him up, 1958. It's called Wishing All the Time on the Acme label.
Bad, bad, bad. You got me, 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 you got me. Wishes all the time, oh, I got wishes all the baby, I'm just wishing all the time. Oh, 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 baby, I'm just wishing all the time.
As Richard Lanham and the Uncredited Tempo Tones 1958 release came out on the Acme record label, William Henry Miller's Acme Records. Out lots of the groups, I don't know if the label was out of Long Island, but lots of the groups were out of Long Island. That's called Wishing All the Time. Johnny G wishing that everything goes right. Wednesday night, I had no sound. I lost my Realtek, I guess, microphone, and I had to type in the old crappy Dell speakers, and they didn't register on the OSB where I broadcast. So I had no sound. I'm like scrambling last minute trying to get the sound. I finally got it into work. Took me 9 minutes to do it though, but hopefully it's sounding okay now. It's under the I don't know what these are called, default digital something something on the PC. But anyway, as I babble on here, we're going to be here till 12 o'clock, probably a little longer here. I got 61 records to play, maybe 62. So relax, get your coffee, sit back. Let's continue. We count down the music chronologically here on the 50s and early 60s edition. And this is a request for listener Jim Lampley in Texas, and also Big Dave Swinger. He requested this tune. The group out of Baltimore, Maryland, known as the Cardinals. They had 12 releases for Atlantic Records. Now, the lead singer of the group, his name was Ernie Warren, but Ernie was drafted into the service, and the group continued to record. They had a new lead singer for this song, their fourth release on the Atlantic record label. His name was Lender, or Lender, Lean, no, Leander, that's how you say it, or Leander, gee whiz, Johnny, Leander Tarver. Oh my God, I'm really COVID damaged now. Leander Tarver replaced him, and this is their fourth single on Atlantic. This is for Jim and for Big Dave Swinger. August 52. Were you here in August 52? I was not. The Cardinals on Atlantic. It's called The Bump.
Girls
That's the sound of the Cardinals there. Cardinals from August 1952 on the Yellow and Black Atlantic record label by request for Jim and Big Dave, song entitled The Bump. Far from the disco bump, I guess. Sounded more like a grind there, I thought. But anyway, Johnny G grinding along here. Let's move to 1954 now. This is a request for listener Daniel Kubacki in our YouTube chat room. Now, this group is out of Harlem, New York. They recorded two on Jack Bergman and Saul Bolton's Gem record label. Not many releases on Gem, but some of them are pretty hard. That is a fact. This is the group's second. The writer credit on this says Carl Perkins, but I'm sure it's not the Blue Suede Shoes singer on the Sun label. It can't be. Could it be? I don't think so. Well, this is going out to Daniel, May 1954. Give a listen to the Four Bells. Four Bells on Gem Records. It's called My Tree. There you go. That's for Daniel Kubacki there. The sound of the Four Bells. That's their second release on Gem Records, May 1954, song entitled My Tree. They were cutting down trees today. No, actually, they were blowing around here. They should be cutting down the trees. Con Edison should. Anyway, Johnny G here on a Saturday evening. Let's continue here. Let's stay in 1954. Here's a request for Big Dave Swinger. It's Early Platters on Sid Nathan's Federal record label. It's their sixth release on the Federal label, and Tony Williams is not the lead singer on this song here. It's sort of a duet with David Lynch and Zola Taylor, and they both get writer credits on this. This is going out to Big Dave, and it mentions my mother's name in this, although her name, well, her real name is Dominica, which means Sunday in Italian, but her friends call her Maggie. And the name of this tune is from December 1954 by the Platters. It's for Big Dave Swinger on the Federal label. It's called Maggie Doesn't Work Here Anymore.
Maggie, the story you're about to hear is true.
Maggie, 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 Maggie. One sweet little gal, Maggie was her name. Maggie used to work, was a working dame. But Maggie doesn't work, Maggie doesn't work anymore. Maggie made a fortune, so Maggie doesn't work anymore. Maggie had a job, she worked that day or night. Anytime she worked, she really worked all right. But Maggie doesn't work, Maggie doesn't work anymore. Maggie made a fortune, so Maggie doesn't work anymore. Work, 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 the factory, work, 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 the factory, work, 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 the factory,
Who, me? No, baby. I'm tired of pushing the clock at 8 in the morning and then going back pushing it at 3. I took $15 down the horse track the other day, put it on the back of an old gray mule, and let him walk around the corner and bring me a whole fortune. Fur coat, Cadillac car, tough crib. What else could a girl want?
Maggie had a friend when Maggie went away, but none could take her place because Maggie had a way. Oh, Maggie wouldn't work, no one else could work her anymore. Since Maggie made a fortune, no one else could work her anymore. Now isn't it a shame that Maggie went away? They helped me close the factory when Maggie wouldn't stay. No, Maggie doesn't work, Maggie doesn't work her anymore. Isn't it a shame that Maggie doesn't work her anymore? Work, 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 work at the factory. Work, 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 work at the factory. Work, 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 work at the factory.
You know what? I got it made, 'cause I'm living the life of Maggie.
Maggie made a fortune, Maggie doesn't work her anymore.
There you go. That's Maggie Doesn't Work Here Anymore. That's for Big Dave Swinger from December 1954. That's the Platters on a federal record, Sid Nathan's federal record label. Maggie Doesn't Work Here Anymore. I don't think that was their last single. I think they reissued Only You. I think that was the last one that Federal put out. And I should play that one there. It's a definitely different sounding than the big hit that they had on the Mercury label. Johnny G here spinning 45's. Let's stay in 1954 for this one here, and it's a flip side from last week and a request for Mike Sape, who was in our YouTube chat room. Now, last week on last week's Vinyl Treasure Show, Daniel Kubacki requested the Hollywood Flames, their second release on the Lucky label, called Ooh La La. Now this week, Mike requested the flip side, and he wants to dedicate this song to both George Tompkins and Jimmy Amato. Jimmy Amato in the chat room here, the YouTube chat room. It features Gaynell Hodge on lead. And we just heard a song about Maggie. This one is about Peggy. This is a request for Mike, dedicated to Jimmy Amato and George Tompkins. July 54, the Hollywood Flames on the Lucky label, Gaynell Hodge on lead. The song is called Peggy.
Never ever let her go. She tells me that she loves me, and I believe her too. She's got me at her fingertips.
That's by request from Mike Sape in our YouTube chat room there. A special request for Jimmy Amato and George Tompkins, the sound of the Hollywood Flames there, with Gaynell Hodge on lead, July 1954 on Lucky Records, song entitled Peggy. Now, this tune, written by Gaynell Hodge, and the master was purchased by Decca Records, so some of you collectors out there might own it on Decca. They put it out in October of 54. This original on Lucky came out in July of 1954. Let's continue here on the Vinyl Treasure Show for this next tune that, as George Tompkins would say, smoke your socks. Now, this group is out of Washington, D.C. They recorded two for Art Sheridan's Saber Records, which was out of Chicago, Illinois. This is their second. It features Fleming Briscoe on lead. He also wrote the tune. Really cool record here, not easy to find and not cheap either if you find a real one. June 54, the 5 blue notes on the Saber label. It's called The Beat of Our Hearts.
You know my heart is true. It beats only for you. And if I tried, I still couldn't hide this love that's burning inside. Let our hearts beat as one. Oh, truly true love is fun. Under the moon we will dance to the tune. The tune is the beat of our hearts. For you are my life, life delight. And let me drink my fill. I love you now and darling. Oh, oh, I always will. Let our hearts beat as one. Oh, truly true love is fun. Under the moon we will dance to the tune. The tune is the beat of our hearts. Oh, you are my life's delight. And let me drink my fill. I love you now and darling. Oh, I always will. Let our hearts beat, beat as one. Oh, truly true love is fun. Under the moon we will dance to the tune. The tune is the beat of our hearts. The tune is the beat of my heart.
Yeah, can't get any better than that there. The great sound of the 5 blue notes there. That's from June 1954. Fleming Briscoe on lead. He wrote that tune. It's on the Saber record label. It's called The Beat of Our Hearts. That's Greg sold me some great records, and that was one of the ones he sold me a long time ago. But it's got a couple pops in the beginning, but where can you find? And it's, for me, it's good enough. It is. Johnny G babbling on here. Let's continue. Let's move into 1955 now with a request for listener Ronnie Sherman. This group is out of Cincinnati, Ohio, recorded a ton of tunes for Sid Nathan's Deluxe and King Records. This is the B-side to the group's 14th release, which was called Gumdrop. Sure, many of you know that. I think that might have been an R&B hit, Gumdrop, on Deluxe. But this, with this release, it marked the first time that Otis Williams was with his, quote, new group. And the original group members, they walked out on him. I think he was at a concert or something, and they just walked out on him, and he had to find other members, other singers to come in and join him. And he did. His replacements were Grafton, if I said that right, Grafton Diggs, Lonnie Carter, and Matt Williams. And this is a request for Ronnie Sherman, May 1956, Otis Williams and his new group on Deluxe, the flip side of Gumdrop. It's called Save Me, for Ronnie.
Save me, lover, save me. Hold me, lover, I'm scared. Help me, lover, help me. I'm so afraid that you don't care. Save me, lover, save me. Please don't throw me away. Keep me, lover, keep me. Save me for rainy day. Why take my only fun away? Why leave me all alone? Sweetheart, don't kiss and run away. Love to save me, be your arm. Save me, lover, save me. You'll be glad if you do. Save your hugging arms and loving lips for me, and I'll save all my love for you. Why take my only fun away? Why leave me all alone? Sweetheart, don't kiss and run away. Love you, save me, be your own. Save me, lover, save me. You'll be glad if you do. Save your hugging arms and loving lips for me, and I'll save all my love for you.
Yeah, that's a great sound of Otis Williams and his new group. I was going to say the Charms, but it's his new group, but a new group of Charms there for sure. May 1955, that's a B-side to Gumdrop, song entitled Save Me, on Sid Nathan's Deluxe record label. Let's continue here on Vinyl Treasures. If you're new to the program, please subscribe to my YouTube channel. You'll get notifications when Johnny G is on. I need to get up to 1,000 subscribers so I can start doing some specials in the middle of the week, maybe in the afternoon. You know that song Love in the Afternoon by the Dreamtones on the Click label, something like that. So tell your friends about it to subscribe to the Vinyl Treasure Show on YouTube. We'll be joining Oldies and More Radio beginning at midnight tonight. Those of you that tune into Oldies and More Radio, but you're watching Johnny G live on YouTube. Let's continue now. We are in 1955. Let's stay in Cincinnati, Ohio. This is a request for listener Gordy Freeman in our YouTube chat room. This group discovered by Cincinnati WNOP disc jockey Ernie Waits, who became their manager and sent them demos, or I should say sent demos to Savoy Records. Now, label owner Herman Lubinsky, he responded by sending a band out to Cincinnati, Ohio to record them because all these guys at the time, they were in high school. They couldn't leave. And it resulted in 3 singles on the Savoy label. Gordy requested their third, co-written by the lead singer. His name is Luther Bond. And this is from May of 1955. Let's give a listen to Luther Bond and his Emeralds on Savoy Records. This is for Gordy Freeman. It's called It's Written in the Stars.
Up in the heavens, shining so bright, nothing but stars, shining up there in the night. It's written in the stars that I love you so. Written in the stars that I want you more and more. I try to pretend that I don't love you, but deep down inside of me, my love I can't hide. Oh, please come back, come back. Give me one more chance. One more chance. I'll prove to you. I'll prove to you. I'm true to our romance. I try to pretend that I don't love you, but deep down inside, my love I can't hide.
As by request for Gordy Freeman, the sound of Luther Bond and his Emeralds. That's their third release on Herman Lubinsky's Savoy Records out of Newark, New Jersey, May 1955. It's Written in the Stars is the name of the tune. They would have later record for Federal Records and also Showboat Records. There's a good one on Showboat that I need to feature again, and also on the Federal label too. Johnny G here, spinning 45's. Hope you're digging on the tunes. We count down the music chronologically here, and we are in the year 1955 now. On last week's Vinyl Treasure Show, I played a request for Bob Evans in Ohio. He requested the Robins on the Spark record label and their classic tune called Smokey Joe's Cafe. But let's give a listen to the flip side of that, because I like the flip side here. A Lieber and Stoller pen tune. It features Carl Gardner on lead. This is from October 1955. Let's give a listen to the Robins. The Robins on Spark Records. It's called Just Like a Fool.
Just like a fool, I fell for you. Just like a fool, I thought you'd be true. But now you're gone, and the blues are treating me
I acted like a fool, just like a fool. I begged you to stay, just like a fool. I cried night and day, but soon you'll see a change in me. The chains of love are broken and now I'm free, and I won't be a fool anymore. Just like a fool, I begged you to stay, just like a fool. I cried night and day, but soon you'll see a change in me. The chains of love are broken and now I'm free, and I won't be a fool anymore.
Yeah, that's a great sound of the Robins there. I like that one. That's a really cool record, not one of their novelty tunes. But that one there with Carl Gardner on lead, October 1955. The Robins on the Spark label, Just Like a Fool. You can get that on the Atco label too, because Atco would release it. It would become kind of like a hit on the Atco label, but it's fun to have it on the original label. We'll send it out. Who else like that? The Vinyl Grotto that just came into our YouTube chat room. They like that one too there, so we'll send it out to the Vinyl Grotto. Let's continue here. Johnny G here on a Saturday evening. We are in the year 1955, and let's stay out in Los Angeles, California with this request for Big Dave Swinger. Now, this group first recorded as the Cadets. They first recorded as the Cadets on the Bahari Brothers Modern label. Their debut single was called I Cry, and I think it was flipped with Don't Be Angry. I think that was a cover of the Nappy Brown tune. But that came out in April of 55. But when the Feathers released a song called Why Don't You Write Me, those label owners, they said, you know what, that's going to be a great tune for the Cadets to record. But wait a minute, we can't rush that record out. We're pushing their I Cry and Don't Be Angry single. Why don't we change their name? Let's change their name to the Jacks, and we won't put them on our modern record label. We'll put them on our RPM label. The teenagers will never know the difference. They never will. I don't know, maybe some of the teenagers did. I don't know. I know I would have. But anyway, they were called the Jacks, and that's how the Cadets and the Jacks came about. And so they were, and actually one of the first groups to have to be the same group under a different name on the charts at the same time. I think the other time that was done was by the Moonglows and the Moonlighters, or maybe they were first, because I think that that Checker release was 54. Shoo Dooby Doo might have been 54, and when was Sincerely? That came out at the end of 54, possibly. So that's probably prior to this, but it's the same type of thing anyway. But this is a request for Big Dave. He requested the Jacks 45, their third of 6 on the RPM label. It features Willie Davis on lead. For you collectors out there, the true first press of this is on the blue label, which I have a trashed copy. So I'm going to use my shiny black RPM record label for tonight. Anyway, it's October 55, the Jacks, Willie Davis and the Jacks on RPM for Big Dave. It's called This Empty Heart.
My love has gone. I said goodbye to all my friends. Oh, please come back to me and fill this empty heart of mine. The days I feel, the nights are dark and cold, my dear. Darling, no other love can fill this empty heart of mine. I'll make a million wishes upon a million stars. No matter where you go, my heart is where you are. Someday, my love, once more I'll hold you close to me. Till then, this misery will fill this empty heart of mine. I'll make a million wishes upon a million stars. No matter where you go, my heart is where you are. Someday, my love, once more I'll hold you close to me. Till then, this misery will fill this empty heart of mine. Heart of mine.
That's the great sound of the Jacks there by request for Big Dave Swinger, October 1955 release on the RPM record label This Empty Heart. Willie Davis on lead for that one. Let's move into 1956. This is a flip side from last week for listener Frank Cassie. He requested the A-side. The A-side last week, a very rare 45 out of Philadelphia by a group called the Ebb Tides, came out on the Teen record label. We played What Is Your Name, Dear last week. It featured a female lead. Her name is Betty McCann. Now, the B-side features a male lead, her husband, I think. I don't know at the time. Maybe at the time they were married, but her husband is on the flip. His name is Charles Anderson. So this is by request for Frank Cassie in our YouTube chat room, October 1956, the Ebb Tides on the Teen label. It's called Only Be Mine. This is for Frank.
Only be mine. I'll lie for you, try for you, cry for you and buy for you. I'll die for you, wonder why for you. Darling, only be mine. I'll behave for you, be a slave for you, shout and rave for you, 'cause I crave for you, and I'll save for you, every day for you. Darling, only be mine. Be mine, be only mine, that it will be divine. My soul slave for you, shall wait for you, 'cause I crave for you, and I'll save for you, every day for you. Darling, only be mine. Be mine, be only mine, that it will be divine. My soul is yours, we'll entwine forever, forever till the end of time. I'll command for you, be the band for you, love and life for you, and understand for you, lend a hand for you, be a man for you. Darling, only be mine. Darling, only be mine. Darling, only be mine. Darling, only be mine.
B-sides here on the Vinyl Treasure Show. That one there going out to listener Frank Cassie in our YouTube chat room. Those are the Ebb Tides on the Teen label, October 1956. Only Be Mine is the name of the tune. Charles Anderson on lead there. He was married, or would eventually be married, to the gal sang on the flip side, Betty McCann. It was funny with that record when I bought it at that Connecticut show, that Waterbury, Connecticut show. I guess, the collecting hobby is there's a lot of babbling that goes on in the hobby, and they find out, oh, did you hear who bought that? Did you hear who bought that Ebb Tides record on Teen? It was this guy, Johnny Galindo. He's spending money on records. After that, everybody came out of the woodwork to contact me to buy 45's. I would tell you. So once you spend four figures on a record, your name goes into like a special slot. So I was at Louis Silvani's when he had the store in Dobbs Ferry, New York, and I don't know, I was in the store, I was with Glenn, and we were talking about records, or I was buying records. He was, looking in the computer, and so he calls Glenn, and he goes, Louis wants to talk to you. I said, Louis wants to talk to me? About what? He wants to talk to you. He heard you bought a record that's one of his all-time favorites. I said, really? So I got on the phone. I never spoke to Louis before. I don't know when this was, whenever he had the store in Dobbs Ferry. So he says, I understand you bought the Ebb Tides on Teen. What a great record that is. That's one of my favorites. And I just had to talk to you because you bought that 45. So I was like thrilled. I said, oh my gosh, I spoke to Louis Silvani, the guy that owns this record store. It was just kind of cool because I started getting money. He knew that I was buying his records from his stock, and I was going there every Thursday night. I think Greg would come up and bring my 45s. I would pick them up at the store. I would leave White Plains. I used to work for a company called Transamerica Leasing. That's where I was just a general accountant there doing bank recs, and I would scoot over there real quick, and I'd wait there for Greg to show up. I met a couple people too. Who did I meet there? Stephen. Oh, he's a lawyer. I was talking to somebody about it. He was a lawyer up in Washingtonville, and we did some trades later on, but I would meet some guys that would go in there, other collectors that would go into the store. It was really cool, kind of like that they used to do at the Relic Rack and whatnot, so people would get together on Saturdays, I think, and that's a lot of fun amongst collectors. But anyway, Johnny G babbling on here. Let's continue here. Let's go back to Chicago now with this request for Kenny Mack. I didn't see Kenny Mack in the chat room. Anybody see Kenny Mack? But it's on Leonard Chess's Checker record label. They had 7 releases on the label. Now, this is the B-side to their 6th. Now, the A-side was featured in an Alan Freed motion picture. Did anybody out there see the movie Rock, Rock, Rock? Because that's a pretty cool movie, even if they're lip-syncing to their records. It's just good to see the original acts on the screen singing. It's just pretty cool, I thought. So I get like mesmerized by all that stuff, even though they're not singing live. But anyway, the song that they performed on that movie was the flip side of this. It was called Would I Be Crying? But Kenny requested the flip side of that song, a tune written by group member Zeke Carey. And this tune is interesting because of the tempo changes. So listen closely to the tempo changes. It features Nate Nelson and Paul Wilson on leads. This is November 1956. The Sound of the Flamingos on the Checker label. It's called Just for a Kick. For Kenny.
let me caress you. Just for a kick, you let me hold you tight. We did the town a bright shade of brown, and then you left me alone in the night. Just for a kick, you let me enchant you. Just for a kick, I took a stroll through the park. It was you and I beneath a star-studded sky, but still you left me alone with tears in my eyes. But somehow I knew you would never be true. But I'll go on loving you. No matter what you do. Please believe me when I say, even though you're far away, I hope you got your kicks, sweetheart. Somehow I knew you would never be true, but I'll go on loving you, no matter what you do.
As going out to Kenny Mack, the sound of the Flamingos there. That is a B-side to Would I Be Crying, which we will be playing next week, so stay tuned for that. This is November 1956. The Flamingos on the Checker label, Just for a Kick. I love the West Coast presses on that, because the East Coast ones are, or the Chicago and East Coast presses are crappy styrene. I hate styrene 45s unless they're brand new and you play them with a nice a new needle. Then I like those styrene 45s. Anyway, we continue here on the Vinyl Treasure Show. Up next, a group called the Q's, and they were known for their background sessions, first with Atlantic Records backing up various artists under different names like the Rhythm Masters, the Gliders, the Ivory Tones, the Blues Kings, or the Playboys. And they were all farmed out. They were all farmed out to other labels too, like Groove Records, to name one of them, as the Four Students. But they also had their own recordings. First recording for the Lamp label back in 1954, then with Jubilee Records in May of 55. But they signed with Capitol for 5 singles. Now, this is their 5th single, written by Charles Calhoun, a.k.a. Jesse Stone, and this charted. This was a number 5 record on KJR, if you were listening in Seattle, Washington. It features Jimmy Breedlove on lead. I want to send this one out to a UK listener, Indrajit Avani. He's listening over in the UK. I don't know if he's listening live, but he surprised me one time, and he was. But he does listen on the archive. We're going to talk about this record after, but let's give it a spin. November 1956, these are the Q's. Jimmy Breedlove on lead on the Capitol label. It's a one-word title. The song is with 3 letters. It's called Why.
I said, baby. She said, what? I said, come here to me. She said, I said, honey. She said, yes. I said, give me a kiss. She said, I said, why, oh, why, don't you love me? Don't you love me? Why, oh, why, I said, let me hold your hand. He said, I said, sugar. He said, yes, I hear. I said, don't you understand? He said, I said, why, oh, why, don't you love me? Don't you love me? Why, oh, why, don't you love me? Don't you love me? Why, oh, why, don't you love me? And she said, 'cause I know you'll break my heart. Sweetheart, she said, huh? I said, won't you trust me, darling? She said, I said, tell me. She said, what? I said, won't you marry me? She said, Then I said, why, oh, why, do you love me? Do you love me?
That was the fifth and final single on the Capitol record label for a group called the Q's from November 1956. Jimmy Breedlove on lead. The name of the tune, it's called Why, and I want to send that one out to Indrajit Avani. Now, Indrajit tells me that they have these dances and these gala events over in England. They play this type of music, this dance style music, mainly for dancing, of course, but he sent me a cool video that shows these. I guess it would be there were some young people in there, but they were probably like 50 plus, most of them, but there were some young ones in there, and they're dancing the Lindy and all these cool dance steps to this type of music. And I don't think I can do it. I don't have enough stamina to do it, at least not now. I got to lose some weight. Maybe, well, that's a good way to lose weight, by the way. But he told me he just went to one on April 2nd. It was called Bopalina's Spring Ball. And it's held 4 times a year in North London, and there's about 800 people that attend. So very similar to like those soul events, those all-nighters that originated over in the UK where they play soul music. Well, this is like playing 1950s music. But he was telling me they were playing like the True Tones Magic. They were playing, he mentioned a bunch of the other records too, but probably with kind of like a similar beat to do it kind of like a fast step Lindy too. But that's pretty cool. I wonder if they get, Indrajit, did they do any ballads there or any slow dancing? That's what because a lot of the listeners like the slow ballads here. But anyway, I do too. Let's continue here on the Vinyl Treasure Show. Now, on last week's show, I played a request for listener Tom Shaughnessy by the Inspirations. It was on a Philadelphia-based Jamie record label, and I played the jump side. It was called Goodbye. Now, listener Darlettes, he requested the flip side, which is a nice ballad. And I think this group, though, they're not from Philly. I think they're from New York, only because Morty Kraft, he gets half of the publishing on this. That doesn't mean, though, that the group's from New York, but I'm just thinking that it is. But it's a great two-sided 45, so this is for Daryl, November 56, the Inspirations on the Jamie label. It's called Dry Your Eyes.
Dry your eyes, don't you cry. Your true love is standing by. You must know I love you so. Won't let you go. Dry your eyes.
That's going out to Darlettes in our YouTube chat room. Those are the Inspirations November 56 release on the Jamie label. It's called Dry Your Eyes. Let's continue here on Vinyl Treasure. Let's go back to New York now. This time to George Goldner's G record label with this request for listener Amnon. Now, in the March 3rd, 1956 edition of Billboard magazine, it mentioned that George Goldner signed 2 new acts that week. One was a rock and roll group called the Platters, and the other was an R&B group called the Mellow Keys. And they have this lone release that came out on Goldner's G record label, both sides written by James Parker, who I think is the lead singer. That's just a guess, really. It's with Jimmy Wright and the orchestra. This is going out to Amnon, April 1956. These are the Mellow Keys on G Records. It's called Listen, Baby.
Boom, boom, boom. Roo-choo-choo-choo-choo-choo-choo-choo-wop. Roo-choo-choo-choo-choo-choo-choo-wop. Roo-choo-choo-choo-choo-choo-choo-wop. Oh, listen, baby, to my plea. Bring your love right back to me. Oh, my darling, we were meant to be. Won't you give me one more try while that sweet love passes by? Listen, baby, listen to my cry. You won't be sorry, dear. No, you won't regret it. Hey, I say you won't be sorry, darling. You will forgive and forget again. Listen, baby, to your heart. Hear it saying we can't part. Listen, baby, listen to the one you love. Won't you give me one more try while that sweet love passes by? Listen, baby, listen to try. You won't be sorry, dear. No, you won't regret it. Hey, I say you won't be sorry, darling. You will forgive and forget again. Listen, baby, to your heart. Hear it saying we can't part. Listen, baby, listen to the one you love. Listen, baby. Listen, baby. Listen to the one you love.
For those of you that like saxophone, I really love saxophone. I do. That one there going out to Amnon, the Mellow Keys from April 1956. George Goldner's G record label, song entitled Listen Baby. I need one record on the G label. I'm sure many of you know what that record is. It's a group called the Jets. I don't have that 45. I was going to get the bootleg, but I said I hate the way they sound. Some of them are really, the Ratio boots play the best though. But when am I going to really find a copy of the Jets record? I don't think Greg even had a copy of that in his collection. I think he was looking for that record. He didn't have it, but not many people. I know some of the guys that do have it, but that's one that eluded a lot of collectors. Anyway, let's continue here on Vinyl Treasures. We are in the year 1956, but let's go back to Philadelphia now with this request for Daniel Kubacki in our YouTube chat room. This group had 6 releases on Al Silver's Herald Records. You know their biggest hit, their first release. It was called When You Dance. You may have heard that in American Graffiti. I don't know, maybe that wasn't played in American. They were talking about American Graffiti. I found that movie kind of, the music was not, it was that supposed to take place in the 50s? Well, you're playing 1960s records with 1950s. It's not real. It was funny, when I worked for Sony Music, they were filming Cadillac records. I'm sure many of you saw the movie. Of course, no groups in that movie. So the production team was on the floor. It was because we had to make room for them on the accounting floor. So they had all these pictures, these stills of these actors. They were trying to play Chuck Berry and all these people they were trying to pick. So, I'd go through and I'd look at these pictures of these actors and actresses. So I said, look, if you need any records, you need any Chess or Checker records or Argo records, just let me know, because I got a lot of them in my collection. Or you need to know what was on the charts at a certain time, because a lot of the movies, they really didn't care about that. I think they care more about it now, that they want to be more authentic. They want to be authentic with the cars, with the clothes, with the furniture, with everything else, and they look at pictures and look at films. But I thought American Graffiti was kind of out of sort with that, because it was like a potpourri of all different types of music from the 50s and the 60s. But maybe they just tried to give it that thing. But I think that Cadillac Records, I think they probably, because really, what was it about? It was about Etta James, and she really didn't have a big, well, later on she did, but not in the 50s she didn't. I mean, she was big on, with the Wallflower on out in California. Anyway, we're babbling on here. Let's continue. And we're talking about the Turbans here. That's what I'm talking about. This is a request for Daniel Kubacki. This is their fourth release on Herald Records, a tune written by the bass of the group. His name is Andrew Chet Jones, and it features the unmistakable voice of Al Banks. This charted number 9 on WJAS in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, if you were tuned in, from August 1956. This is for Daniel, the Turbans on Herald. It's called It Was a Night Like This.
It was a night like this many years ago. Love came to me that day
In the strangest way.
Oh, it was oh so nice to feel that way. And I'll never forget
That wonderful day.
I don't know why I feel this way. I only know that I want you to stay. She came up to me. She put her hand in mine and whispered softly in my ear,
Darling, you are mine.
Darling, you are mine.
Darling, you are mine.
we are so happy now, and love is here to stay. And I'll never forget that wonderful day. Ooh.
That's the sound of the Turbans, Al Banks and the Turbans there. That's going out to Daniel Kubacki, August 1956, on the Herald record banner. It Was a Night Like This. Unmistakable sound by Al Banks, really. And I featured his Red Top 45 last week. The Turbans played the Red Top record last week, and for Daniel. They have other releases on Roulette, Parkway, and Imperial Records. Let's continue now. We are in 1956, and this is a flip side I had in the box since the March 4th, 2023 Vinyl Treasure Show. I think I opened that show with the first of two by a group called the Co-eds on High Weiss's Old Town record label. It was called Love You Baby All the Time, and an excellent jump tune. The flip is a great sounding ballad. It features Gwen Edwards on lead. This is from July 56. Gwen Edwards and the Co-eds on Old Town Records. It's called I Beg Your Forgiveness.
I walk alone just to beg your forgiveness. I really didn't mean to be so mean. I walk alone just to say I'm sorry and to please come back, 'cause I walk alone. You made me cry last night and the night before, my darling. I can't seem to laugh anymore. You left me here sighing, and now I'm down in shame. So please come back and find me again. I walk alone, all because I need your love. Dear, please come back, 'cause I walk alone. You made me cry last night and the night before, my darling. I can't seem to laugh anymore. You left me here sighing, and now I'm down in shame. So please come back and find me again. I walk alone just to say I'm sorry, and please take me back, so I won't walk
That's the Co-eds there. Gwen Edwards on lead. That is I think that's the B side of the record. I think they would have probably played the jump side there. July 1956. Old Town Records. High Weiss's Old Town record label. I Beg Your Forgiveness is the name of that one. Johnny G begs your forgiveness when I mess up, as I often do. I am only an amateur here. I'm not a professional. I am a retired accountant, ex-accountant, but I did my taxes. I was really happy with, of course, I didn't make anything this year. That's why. Worked only till last year, I should say. But that'll be 65 in September, so then I'll be getting a couple of checks, couple of pension checks that'll start coming in. Maybe I'll start buying 45's again. Brian, put your rare stuff up there. Time to buy some rare stuff. Let's continue here on Vinyl Treasures. Here's a request for listener Jim Lampley in Texas. Now, this group goes way back. I think they started back in 1922. They're out of, is it Pequot, Ohio? Kimba, you were from Ohio. Is it Pequot, Ohio, or Piqua? Or did I say it all? Did I mess it up? Now, this group mostly known for pop R&B vocal group style, but they had a ton of releases on the Decca label. I think, though, the only record I have ever played by them was their rendition of the tune Gloria, because they do a rendition of Gloria, which I have played here on the program. Don't know when that was, but I have played it. But this is a request for Jim Lampley, and I'm glad to feature this one by the Mills Brothers. It's with Cy Oliver and his orchestra. This is from September 56. The Mills Brothers on Decca. It's called Don't Get Caught, parentheses, Short of Love. This is for Jim Lampley.
Rock it, sock it, but don't ever hawk it. Don't get caught short on love. Take it, make it, but don't ever break it. Don't get caught short on love. You can go without money, go without bread, go without a place to lay your head. Go without sugar, go without wine, but if you go without love, you'll go out of your mind. Choose it, use it, but don't ever lose it. Don't get caught short on love. Rock it, sock it, but don't ever hawk it. Don't get caught short on love. But don't ever break it. Don't get caught short on love. You can go without money, go without bread, go without a place to lay your head, go without sugar, go without wine, but if you go without love, you'll go out of your mind. Choose it, use it, but don't ever lose it. Don't get caught. Choose it, use it, but don't ever lose it. Don't get caught. Choose it, use it, but don't ever lose it. Don't get caught short on love.
As going out to Jim Lampley there, the sound of the Mills Brothers. The second Mills Brothers 45 I ever played on the show there. That's for Jim. September 1956 on Decca Records. Don't Get Caught, parentheses, Short of Love. And I have a lot of people that are from Ohio or have lived in Ohio now. And it's Piqua or Pickway. No, well, listen, you got Butch and Chuck saying Piqua and Pickway, and you guys are from Ohio. You guys are from Ohio. Anyway, it doesn't make any difference. It really doesn't. Anyway, Johnny G here, spinning 45s. Let's continue here. We go back to Harlem, New York. We go for this request for Gordy Freeman, and I'm sure many of you, including Gordy, were introduced to this group and another group that recorded for the same label, that'd be Paul Winley's Winley record label. There was an LP out there that came out on Jubilee Records called The Paragons Meet the Jesters. And that's where many of you may have heard the sounds of this group, both the Paragons and the Jesters. I know my aunt heard about them, but she heard them on the radio. So she was listening to some DJ that was playing their stuff at the time. But this is the B-side to the group's debut single. The A-side was called So Strange, and this is the B-side. By request for Gordy Freeman, 2 leads on this, Lenny McKay and Adam Jackson. And this is going out to Gordy, May 1957. These are the Jesters on the Winley label. It's called Love No One But You.
I love no one but you, darling. Don't say with you I can't sleep at night. I dream with all of my mind that you come into my heart and we'll never part. Yes, you are the one that I adore for now and forevermore. You are the one that I adore for now and evermore. Oh, 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 I love no one but you, darling. Don't say we're through. I love no one but you. I love no one but you.
That's the great sound of the Jesters going out to Gordy Freeman, May 1957. That is the B-side to their debut single. Came out on Paul Winley's Winley record label, Love No One But You. Also on that LP, the Paragons Meet the Jesters came out on the Jubilee record label. Brian, did I buy that LP from you? I'm sure Norman had that. I had to check. My LPs are all over the place. And I was looking for them. I can't get into the back over there. The weight of the weight of the 45's kind of like I can't open the door to that cabinet, so I got to get in there and see what LPs I have in there. Anyway, Johnny G here on a Saturday evening. Of course, if you're new to the program, please subscribe to my YouTube channel. We got to get up to 1,000 subscribers. Tell your friends about it as we continue. Here we are in 1957. Now, on last week's Vinyl Treasure Show, I played the Four Fellows, a group out of Brooklyn, New York. It was their 6th of 8 on the Glory label. Featured that for listener Ronnie Sherman. It was called Please Don't Deprive Me of Love. That, of course, with Jimmy McGowan on lead. Now, listener Josue Perez out of California in our YouTube chat room. He requested their 8th and final single on Phil Rose and Lou Sprung's Glory label, again featuring the lead singer, that being Jimmy McGowan. This is from January 57. This is for Josue Perez, the sound of the Four Fellows on the Glory label. It's called Give Me Back My Broken Heart for Josue.
Give me back the ring I gave you and the pieces of my heart. You didn't need the love I gave you. You were fooling from the start. Give me back those precious moments and the hours I spent with you. Though you've gone and found another, for me there'll be no other. Give me back my broken heart. I will piece them all together in the fire that now burns low. Though it really doesn't matter, without you, dear, that flame won't grow. Give me back those hours of dreaming that I knew, dear, from the start. You didn't need the ring I gave you, for you always have my heart. Back my broken heart.
That's the great sound of the Four Fellows. That's their final release on the Glory label. By request for Josue Perez in our YouTube chat room. Joe Shacatano likes them too. Those are the Four Fellows' January 57 release called Give Me Back My Broken Heart. Yes, we are in 1957. Let's go back out to Los Angeles, California with this request for Kenny Mack. Now, this group would end up recording as the Vibrations well into the 1960s, late 1960s and early 60s as the Vibrations, but they recorded prior to that under different names, like the Vibes, the Cliches, the Marathons, and this group that I'm featuring on Eddie and Leo Mesner's Aladdin record label, the Jayhawks. But they first recorded for Flash Records back in 1955. They would do 2 on the Aladdin label. With their first release, they were providing background vocals to an instrumental by Earl Palmer and his orchestra. It was called Johnny's House Party. They were singing in the background on that single from April of 57. Now, Kenny requested their next single, co-written by the lead singer. His name is Carl Fisher. Carl Fisher on lead. It's with Earl Palmer and his orchestra. Going out to Kenny Mack, August 57. The Jayhawks on Aladdin. It's called Everyone Should Know.
Dum dum da dum da da.
I'm going to tell the postman comes by every day. Going to tell the milkman he always comes my way. Going to tell my neighbor he's just next door. So everyone should know. Going to tell my teacher put you down the street. that wasn't smart, 'cause
Right then and there, she stole away my
oh,
heart.
I'm going to tell the preacher, come and marry me. I'm so happy, happy as can be. All I hope that everyone should know.
Then and there, she stole away my heart.
I'm going to tell the preacher, come and marry me. I'm so happy, happy as can be. All I hope that everyone should know.
That's for Kenny Mack there, the sound of the Jayhawks. August 1957, their second release on the Aladdin label, Everyone Should Know. Everyone should know that Johnny G's on YouTube from 9 to midnight Eastern Time. Tell your friends about it, subscribe, and click the bell to get notifications. Don't forget to give me a thumbs up if you dig what Johnny G is doing. We are in the year of 1957, and last week I featured the Falcons on the Falcon label, a group out of Columbus, Ohio, with the song called My Only Love. That was a request for Kenny Mack. I think it was Jimmy Amato that asked Johnny G to flip the 45 over, and I most definitely will, because I like this ballad here, co-written by the lead singer. His name is Paul Jackson. It's with Al Smith and his orchestra. Now, Al Smith, he was the house band for Vivian Carter's VJ label for a while, and they're providing the instrumentation on this sister label, Falcon Records, that would become Abner after they got sued. But this is going out to Jimmy Amato in our YouTube chat room, November 1957. The Falcons on the Falcon label. It's called Now That It's Over.
Oh, 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 now that it's over, I still need you, need you, need you. Now that it's over, I still want you, want you. You say goodbye and made me cry. You made me cry. Now that you've gone, I still miss you, miss you. Yes, I still miss that. Miss you, miss you, miss you. Gave to me. I think that is better now that we've said goodbye. That's why I'm writing a letter. Oh, you know the reason why. I still love you, love you. That's why this letter that I send you in good faith.
is going out to Jimmy Amato in our YouTube chat room. Also, we're going to send it out to Chuck Mitchell. He likes that tune. So do I. Before I had the original, I had a bootleg that played horrible. I think I have 3 copies of that record, 2 promos and 1 stock. I think that I wasn't happy with the stock that I got from Ted Artkowski. I ended up getting a promo that played nice from Joel Scherzer, and then I think this is Norm's copy. It's got a couple of ticks in it, but not that bad. But I love that record, and I sold that bootleg when a long time ago for Gold Mine Magazine, I think, or Discovery. I don't know which one came first. Whichever one came first, I put a little ad where you can put like 50 records, and I had like minimum bids of, like $3 and $5 on repros that I think I bought for 50 cents or $1 from some kind of mail order when I was like in high school, and they were putting them out every week. I think was it Disco Disc? I don't know who, but there was a sheet I would get when I used to listen to WHBI. They would mail me. Well, I signed up for some stuff, and I was getting these letters in the mail. Here are our new arrivals. So somebody was putting them out, and they were selling for $1, most of them. But I sold this one. I think somebody gave me like $20, and I was like, okay. They sent the bid in. They wanted to win. I still have my record, the information on it. But anyway, that is a great record there. The Falcons out of Ohio. What did I say they were from? I said they were from Columbus, Ohio. Yeah. Paul Jackson on lead, November 57. Now that it's over. It ain't over yet. Not till at least 1 o'clock. So let's continue. Here we are in 1957. We go back to Harlem, New York. Back to that LP, The Paragons Meet the Jesters. And this is another request for a listener, Gordy Freeman. And this is the group's second release. This was actually the follow-up to So Strange. It features Lenny McKay on lead, and you can hear that falsetto in the background of Adam Jackson in the background on this tune. This charted number 38 on WMGM here in New York City, if you were listening to that station. This is going out to Gordy Freeman, October 57, The Jesters on Winley. It's called Please Let Me Love You.
Please let me love you.
That's the great sound of the Jesters there. That's going out to Gordy Freeman in our YouTube chat room. Please Let Me Love You. That one there from October 1957, Paul Winley's Winley record label. Dual leads there. The high falsetto is Adam Jackson, and the other lead was Lenny McKay. We continue now, and we are in 1957. Now, last week I played a request for listener Ronnie Sherman. He requested the Kings out of Baltimore, Maryland, and I played their release on George Gollner's Gone record label. The side was called, what was it, Don't Go. I think, yeah, it was called Don't Go. And the listener Daryl Letts requested the flip side here. And I like this side a tad better than the other side. It features Adolphus Holcomb on lead. Let's go to September of 1957. Another hard record to find. These are the Kings on the Gone record label for Daryl Letts. It's called Love Is Something From Within for Daryl.
I know what it is to be in love with someone who's not in love with you. Remember, my friend, love is something that's from within. It keeps you worried with falling tears, wondering, my friend, can this love be real? And remember, my friend, love is something that's from within. Why should we worry about such strange things as long as stars are in the sky? Why should we worry about such strange things? Well, as long as there's best to find, and if His blessings should abide in you, then let His power just carry you through. And remember, my friend, love is something that's from within. Now go home now and dry your tears, and go for something that's real. And remember, my friend, love is something that's from within.
That's going out to Daryl Letts in our YouTube chat room. The sound of the Kings, Adolphus Holcomb and the Kings, September 1957. George Gollner's Gone records. Love Is Something From Within. That's another record. Greg sold me that 45. He did. Anyway, let's continue. We are in 1957. Let's go to Phoenix, Arizona for this next request. It's for listener Emnon. This group first recorded on the Liberty Bell label in 1956 as the Tads. That label's pretty cool. It's got like a yellow label on one side and a pink label on the other, but they would change their name to the Dots and record for this Rev label. Now, this is the intended A-side that Amnon requested, and it's a cover song. This tune was first recorded by the Ivy Leaguers. They came out on the Porter label. I think Dot would pick it up, so maybe some of you own it on the Dot label. And who did this? Was it the Cadets also recorded this song for Modern, I think, if I said it right. Anyway, but if this group features Leroy Fully Love on lead. This is for Amnon, November 57, the Dots, a.k.a. the Tads, on the Rev label. The song is called Ring Chimes.
Shining so bright until I saw you step into the light. I waited such a long time to hear those church bells ring their chime. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong, ding dong, ding. Ring time, ring time, ring time, ring time, ring for me. Well, the moon and stars on the globe last night. It was a perfect time to hold to tight. And then I listen to those church bells chime. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong, ding dong, ding. Ring time, ring time, ring time, ring time, ring for me. I heard you whisper, soft and true. You whisper, darling, I love you. Your eyes are sparkle, your lips like wine. And when we kissed, I heard those church bells. Ring time, ring time, ring time, ring for me. Ring time, ring time, ring time, ring for me. Well, now that my lover is so far away, I only hope, just hope and pray that she'll come back and she'll be mine. And then I listen to those church bells chime. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong, ding dong, ding. Ring time, ring time, ring time, ring time, ring for me. Well, the moon and stars on glow last night. It was a perfect time to hold you tight. You say those lovely words that you'll be mine. And then I'll listen to those church bells chime.
Cover tunes here on the Vinyl Treasure Show. That's for Amnon, the sound of the Dots, a.k.a. the Tads, on the Rev label, November 57 release. Their rendition of the tune Ring Chimes. Leroy Fully Love on lead for that one. Jerry Diaz sold me that record. Don't ask me the price. Jerry was always high-priced. He had some nice records. I didn't like it when he would get them slightly polished, but he did. I don't know who did it for him. Somebody out on the West Coast did. But he sold me a lot of good records. It's unfortunate. I heard that he has, actually Greg told me that he has Alzheimer's, severe Alzheimer's. It's unfortunate that he used to call me all the time and tell me about his records that he used to find. And he was an actor, and his wife, I think, she played on General Hospital, I think. But he was out on the West Coast, would come east, and I would meet him at the Allentown, PA show. He would show up there. But he sold me a lot of records too. Anyway, let's continue here on Vinyl Treasures. We are in 1957. This is a request for Joe Shacatano in our YouTube chat room. This great group out of Newport News, Virginia, first started recording for Eddie and Leo Mesner's Aladdin Records, but they signed with Capitol Records. Joe requested their 11th on Capitol, which is actually a cover song. This tune first recorded recorded by Vicki Young in 1956. She was also a Capitol recording artist, and she wrote this tune, but this is with the Dave Kavanaugh Orchestra, and it features the lead of Rudy West, and this was a number one record on WCAE, if you were listening in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, from February 57. These are the 5 keys on the Capitol label for Joe Shacatano, jukebox scratches and all. It's called Let There Be You. This is for Joe.
Let there be light, and there was a light. Let there be earth, and there was earth. If I had my way, I would ask of him, please let there be you. Let there be rain, and there was rain. Let there be heavens up above. If I had my way, I would ask of him, please let there be you. The feeling of spring, you, the beginning of dawn, you are the meaning of everything. How could anyone go wrong? There be stars, and there were stars. Let there be moon, and there was moon. If I had my way, I would ask of him, please let there be you.
That's going out to Joe Shacatano in our YouTube chat room. That is Rudy West and the 5 Keys, February 1957. That's their 11th release on the Capitol label, called Let There Be You. Let's move into 1958 now for this request for listener Mike Sape in our YouTube chat room. He wants to send it out to all you guys and gals in the chat room there. And this group, they're out of Bridgeport, Connecticut, and it's their only release. Came out on the Arrow record label. I bought this record. I paid $5 from Mike Demersion. Of course, Mike Demersion was from Watertown. I think it was, what is it Watertown, Massachusetts, I think. It's not Waterbury, Massachusetts, Watertown, Massachusetts. But he had it. I ended up picking up another copy somewhere because it's styrene. I hate styrene, but I like this song. And Mike requested, he wants to send it out to all you guys and gals in the chat room. The group is called Dick Grass and the Hoppers. Now, Dick Grass, he was the drummer of the group. The singer, though, his name is Bob Lindsay. And he wrote the tune. And Mike, you mentioned, was he a big guy? This Bob Lindsay doesn't sound like a big guy. Sounds like a little guy. But anyway, I like this tune. So this is by request for Mike Sape, dedicated to all you guys and gals in the chat room. October 1958. Dick Grass and the Hoppers with the Bob Lindsay on lead on the Arrow label. It's called Please Dear.
Please, dear, say that you'll be mine. I'm gonna love you all the time. Say that you'll be mine. Oh, please, dear, please, dear, I love you very much. I'm gonna linger at your touch. Say that you'll be mine. Oh, say that you'll be mine. Say that you'll be mine. Yeah. Well, you know I love you right from the start, please, dear. Don't take my heart, you know that I love you somehow. Please, dear, I love you now, please, dear. Say that you'll be mine. I'm gonna love you all the time. Say that you'll be mine. Say that you'll be mine. Say that you'll be mine. Say that you'll be mine.
That's Dick. That's Dick Grass and the Hoppers there, October 1958, on the Arrow record label, group out of Bridgeport, Connecticut, by request from Mike Sabe, dedicated to all you listeners in the chat room. The song is called Please Dear. I like that. It's cool. I know it's not like really group harmony, but it's still, it fits the format of the show, and it's a good tune. It's got doo-wop-ish elements, is how Joel Scherzer used to put it. He goes, Johnny, these records have doo-wop-ish elements to them. That's how he put it. Anyway, here, let's continue here on the Vinyl Treasure Show. Here's an ultra rare 45 and a request for listener Ronnie Sherman. Greg sold me this record. He did another one. This group is out of Brooklyn, New York, and it's on Al Brown's Al John record label. Now, some of the books say that this record is from 61. No way is this record from 1961. This record is more like 1958 or 59. And this group first recorded as the Love Notes in 1957 on, well, that's not right, Charlene. They were known as the Love Notes with that Peak 45. That was not a legitimate 45 on Peak. I don't think it was, but that was also an unreleased thing that came out on Peak. But maybe it was them, really. But they are backing. Actually, no. So that record by the Love Notes on Peak, I've played that here. I think Nat Papagallo requested it. They're backing up this Russ Riley here as the 5 Sounds, and I don't know what this says here, but anyway, it's from 1958. This is for Ronnie Sherman. It's Russ Riley and the 5 Sounds on Al John Records. It's called Tonight Must Live On. This is for Ronnie Sherman. Wait. Oh, man. Come on. Get this right. Wait. There you go.
Tonight, 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 love you, as no one has ever loved me. Lets me know how much you
For tonight must live on. Whoa, and kiss me as no one has ever kissed me. Tell them you could not resist me. For tonight must live on, and with a love that is tender, tender and good, with a will to surrender to you, oh, and blind me, so that if the world should find me, they will know someone has loved me. For tonight must live on. Whoa, for tonight must live on. Yeah, tonight must live on. Whoa, tonight must live on.
That's a rare 45. That's going out to Ronnie Sherman. I lost my place. Yes, I did. That one there from I'm saying 58, Daryl. I don't think it's 57. I think that's too early. 58, maybe even into 1959 with that record. Russ Riley and the Five Sounds on the Aljon label. Tonight Must Live On. Charlene, this information here has got to be changed. This is not the Five Sounds on the Baritone record label. That's Billy Mashburn on lead for that. That is a different group. I don't think they're the same group. I don't think they are, but we got to fix that. Anyway, let's continue here on Vinyl Treasures. We are in 1958. We go to Brooklyn now, and we return to that LP, the Paragons Meet the Jesters. This time, we're going to feature the Paragons here. This is a request for Gordy Freeman. This group had 7 releases on Paul Winley's Winley record label. This is their 4th, and the first presses of this were released with a typo. The word came out as wows instead of vows, that meaning the vows of love. But I'm going to show you that copy, but this one plays better the regular way, or the second way. But it's from March of 58. This is for Gordy Freeman, the Paragons, with Ben Frazier. Ben Frazier's on lead. The Paragons on Winley Records. It's called The Wows or the Vows of Love for Gordy.
We're going to start with A's all of my love is forever. That means that there is only one love that you. Gee, won't you stay a while? Oh, but I love your smile. Oh, won't you hold my hand? Say I'm your lover man. You know I love you so, and you are mine, all mine. Do you remember the vows of love taught to us by someone from above? It means always, is forever, and I owe you my love. Gee, but I love your style. Let me explain the vow. Don't ever, ever go. You know I love you so, mine.
Mine, oh, mine.
That's a great tune there. That's by request for Gordy Freeman in our YouTube chat room, the Paragons. Paragons from March 1958 on Winley Records, Paul Winley's Winley record label, their fourth release on Winley. That one says The Vows of Love. I showed you my Wows of Love, I did. But that one there, Ben Frazier on lead for that one. I remember hearing that. Where did I hear that? Gus Gossard, I think I heard that song on. And it used to be, Norman Knight used to play it on the Doo-Wop Shop. They used to play it. I'm sure down in Philadelphia they played it. So lots of radio stations playing that record because it's a great record. They should play it again. They should. Anyway, let's continue. Here we are in 1958. Here's a request for Nat Papagallo in Naples, Florida, for this group. This group from Alliance, Ohio. They are called the El Toros, not to be confused with the group that recorded for the Duke label. They were out of St. Louis. This group is out of Alliance, Ohio, and they have this one release that came out on Harry Carlson's Fraternity label. So all you Cincinnati, Ohioans should have this 45 in your collection. You probably found it local, I would bet, Chuck and Butch, possibly, and Bob Evans. But this is a request for Nat from June of 58. The El Toros on Fraternity. It's called Love is Love.
Love is love, no matter what you say. Love is love, it has always been that way. Oh yes, my darling, can't you see, can't you see? Love is love. Love is love, love is love. Love is love. Believe in me, oh, without you, darling, nothing could ever be. Oh, yes, my darling, can't you see, can't you see? Love is love. Love is love. Oh, well, you know I want you, know I need you, darling, please come home. No, I miss you, no, I love you, my darling, please come back and stay. Oh, love is love, believe in me, oh, without you, darling, nothing could ever be. Oh, yes, my darling, can't you see, can't you see? Love is love. Love is love, love is love. Love is love, love is
That record turned George Tompkins. He's the one that turned me on to that 45 there. Those are the El Toros. El Toros out of Alliance, Ohio. Came out on the Fraternity record label June of 1958. Love is Love is the name of the tune. That one there going out to listener Nat Papagallo. Nat, do you have that in your jukebox? There's a boot there. You can get Nat on that 45 unless you have the original. He may. He can surprise you with stuff in his jukebox, that is for sure. Let's go to the Bronx, New York, this time with a request for Mike Sape in Connecticut. And I think I posted this label scan. Yeah, did I post this? Yeah, I did. I posted this tonight. John Clemente tells me that this group is really the Teen Clefs. The Teen Clefs. They recorded for the Dice record label. If you may know the song called Sputnik and Hiding My Tears with a Smile. I have like a whipped copy of that, but it plays pretty nice, though. I do have it in my collection. But this group is called the Avalons. The lead singer on this is Shirley Bryan Ford. She's doing lead. And they're sounding a lot like the Cliquettes on this. But Shirley from time to time would fill in as an alternate if a member of the Cliquettes was not available. But she was also singing with the Teen Clefs, which in this case are the Avalons. This is from Mike Sape from December 58. The Avalons on Dice Records. It's called You Broke... I want to make sure this is right. You Broke Our Hearts from Mike Sape.
We were so happy, we were so gay, till you broke our hearts, till you broke our hearts. We didn't want
As going out to Mike Sape in our YouTube chat room, the Avalons there. Avalons from December 1958 on Dice Records. You Broke Our Hearts. So whoever the guy was, maybe he was with all those girls and he broke all their hearts. That's what it sounds like. Anyway, let's continue. We are moving into 1959 now as we go to Devorah Brown's Fortune record label, the legendary Fortune Records. And this is a request for Nat Papagallo. This quartet out of Detroit consisted of three brothers and their father. Now, the lead singer, his name is Armand Abney, and he wrote this song. He would later record as Orlando King, also on this Fortune record label. But this is the group's first of two on Fortune. They were known as the Earthquakes. The Earthquakes. This is from November 59. This is for Nat. The Earthquakes on Fortune. It's called Darling, Be Mine.
When
That's going out to Nat Papagallo in Naples, Florida, the first of two for the Earthquakes. The Earthquakes on Fortune Records. And Armand Abney, the lead singer from November 59, Darling Be Mine. That's with the Walter Hamilton combo. Armand also played the guitar, and his father sang the bass. And he was also the manager of the group. Johnny G here on a Saturday evening, spinning original vinyl 50s and 60s 45s out of my collection. We do it every Saturday from 9 Eastern time till midnight, usually an hour or so of overtime. Going to do that tonight here. So tell your friends about it. We need to get up to 1,000 subscribers, and then I'll start doing some specials during the week, different genres of music, different records I have in my collection. So we want to get to that point here, as we are in the year 1959, and this is a request for Daniel Kubacki. These are the later Hollywood Flames here. This is their first of 4 on the Atco record label. The writer credits on this are Barbara Campbell. I think that would be an alias for Sam Cooke's wife. So I think Sam Cooke wrote this tune here. It features Earl Nelson on lead. It's from December 59. This is going out to Daniel. The Hollywood Flames on Atco. The full title is Every Day, Every Way, parentheses, I'll Always Be in Love with You.
Say that I'm your lover man. If you let me walk by your side, I wanna protect you and be your guide. For I know, every day, every way, I'll always be in love with you. Only say you wear my ring and say that I'm your everything. If you let me be your steady day, if you love me, don't you hesitate. For I know, every day, every way, I'll always be in love with you. Whoa, baby, I wanna hold you. Baby, I wanna squeeze you. Baby, think of all the fun we've had. Oh, baby, walking arm in arm. If you only let me hold your hand and say that I'm your lover man. By your side, I wanna protect you and be your guide. For I know, every day, every way, I'll always be in love with you. Oh, baby,
Those are the Hollywood Flames there by request for Daniel Kubacki, December 59. Every Day, Every Way, parentheses, I'll Always Be in Love with You. That's Earl Nelson and the Hollywood Flames on the Atco record label. I see that, Butch, you mentioned, is that the Travelers? Do they do that song on Andex Records, I think? Because then I have that 45. Knew it sounded familiar here. As we continue, I say hello to Stormy that just came in to the YouTube chat room. We continue. Here we are in 1959. Here's a flip side from last week. It was a request for Big Dave Swinger. I featured the Chariots on Bob Shad's Time record label, and the song was called Gloria. I don't know anything else about this group. I know I found this 45 at the 303 Drive-In in Orangeburg, New York, and a great two-sided 45. It's we're going to flip it over here before I file it back down in the No Humidity basement. It's from January 59. This is the B-side, The Chariots on Time. It's called A Sunday Morning Love.
Sunday morning, oh how I miss you. Sunday morning, how I wish for you. It was love from the start, our love, a Sunday morning love. You came walking to the chapel one Sunday morning. There I met you on the doorstep. It was love from the start, our love, a Sunday morning love. Now that you're gone, dear, I'm so blue. Oh, my dearest, please tell me, just what can I do? Won't you please tell me, sweetheart, that you will come home? And also tell me that you will never more to roam. You came walking to the chapel one Sunday morning. There I met you on the doorstep. It was love from the start, our love, a Sunday morning love.
B-sides here on the Vinyl Treasure Show. Those are the Chariots. The Chariots from January 1959 on Bob Shad's Time record label, A Sunday Morning Love, the flip side of Gloria. For you collectors out there, the red label is the second press. It's the blue label that is the first press. We move on here on Vinyl Treasures. We are in 1959. And here's one I used to hear on Oldies Radio. I'm sure Donald McGee also heard this down in his area also. These are the Eternals. It's a request for listener Nat Papagallo, but this was played on oldie radio a lot, or I should say the flip side of this was played a lot. A song called Babalu's Wedding Day, this group out of the Bronx, New York. This one came out on Morty Kraft's Hollywood record label. It was their follow-up to their debut single, which was called Rockin' in the Jungle. That's one I like and one I heard on Gus Gossard's show. But this is the B-side to the follow-up, co-written by group member Ernie Sierra, who is doing lead on this. This is from October 1959. These are the Eternals. The Eternals going out to Nat Papagallo, the flip side of Babalu's Wedding Day on the Hollywood label. It's called My Girl.
My girl,
Where are you tonight?
Where are you
my girl, my girl, my girl. Heaven knows how much I love you. Heaven knows how much I need you. Oh, my girl, my girl, my girl. All I do is think of you. When I sleep, I dream of you. Oh, you know my love is true. Please come to me, my girl. Where are you tonight? I miss you every night. Oh, my girl, my girl, my girl.
B-sides here on the Vinyl Treasure Show. That's going out to Nat Papagallo. That is a song entitled My Girl by the Eternals, the flip side of Babalu's Wedding Day, October 1959 on the Hollywood record label. The stock copies of this are like a maroon label. It's got to say like Holly, it says something on the top of the label. Evan, you mentioned you had the blue label. That is like a third press. It says like Tetrasonic. What is it? Wait, what does it say? It says can't see this. Transphonic Hollywood Productions. That is the original. The promo plays really nice. The stock copy's a little bit grainy, but the promos are nice to have. That's how you want that record. Anyway, we continue here on Vinyl Treasures. We are in 1959, and this is for Butch Ford, listening out in Hawaii, sunny Hawaii. Hope it's not that it was hot here. Stormy, you mentioned about the weather. I hate this weather when it gets too hot too quickly. I can take a dry heat, but not a humid heat. But this singer, he's from St. Louis, Missouri. He was started out in a group called the Millards, or the Millards, recorded for the Ballad record label, but he joined the El Toros, that El Toros group that recorded for Duke Records, Don Roby Duke Records, but he left that group in 59 to go solo, and the result were 2 releases on Bob Lyons' Bobbin label. Bobbin label was out of St. Louis, Missouri. This is his first. He's being backed up by a vocal group called the Shells. Now, his name is Fred Green, and this is a song he wrote. This is from July of 59. This is for Butch Ford in our YouTube chat room. The Fred Green and the uncredited Shells on the Bobbin label. The song is called It's Funny.
It's funny how time flies, blows away like the wind. It's funny how love dies when it's not there. Now and then, and what a way to put up. It's funny how your eyes cry when your love proves to be untrue. And even though your eyes cry exactly when your love dies, that's no time to be
going out to Butch Ford there. That is Fred Green and the Uncredited Shells. That group is backing him up on that. July 1959. It's on the Bobbin label. That is his, was that what I say, his first of two there? Result with two releases. That was his first of two, a song he wrote called It's Funny. His other one is good too. They're not that easy to find, really, those Bobbin releases. Let's continue in 1959. This is for Big Dave Swinger. The Flamingos do return after they left Checker Records. They signed with Decca. They had 5 releases on the Decca label. This was their final release, but although by the time this one came out in July of 59, they were already signed to George Gollner's End record label. This tune written by Nate Nelson, but it features Tommy Hunt on lead. This is for Big Dave Swinger, July 59, the Flamingos on the Decca label. It's called Hey Now.
Well, you talk about your girl, now I'll tell you about mine. Yeah, you talk about your girl, now I'll tell you about mine. Well, she's a hip little chick and man, she sure is fine. Well, she hugs me, kiss me, loves me every day. Yeah, she hugs me, kiss me, loves me every day. Well, and when she loves me, there's only one thing I can say. Well, I'm hollering, hey now. Hey now. Hey now. Well, she's 5 feet 2 and really knows what to do. Hey, she's 5 foot 2 and really knows what to do. Well, when she loves me, she thrills me through and through. Yeah, I asked her if she would become my wife. Yeah, I said, now baby, would you become my wife? Yeah, I need you, baby, for the rest of my life. Well, I'm hollering, hey now. Well, now, hey now. Hey now. Well, she said, Daddy, 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 you know I love you so. Well, now, Daddy, Daddy, you know I love you so. Well, let's get married and never let me go. Well, I'm hollering, hey now. Hey now. Hey now.
There you go. Those are the Flamingos. Tommy Hunt on lead. That's the same Tommy Hunt that recorded Human on the Scepter record label, doing lead with the Flamingos there from July 1959 on the Decca label. That's their 5th release on Decca. Song entitled Hey Now. As we continue here, it is Johnny G here on a Saturday evening spinning original vinyl 45s. We're here from 9 to midnight. We'll be doing overtime. We got to finish these requests here. And here's requests for Joel Chandler, a.k.a. Zenith, in our YouTube chat room. This group, I played the flip side of this, Charlene, a couple weeks ago. I think Tom Shaughnessy requested it. You gotta let me know what the flip side is. You don't have it here. The group is from the Bay Ridge section of Brooklyn. They have this one release on Frank Carey's Sultan record label out of New York City, and it's from 1959. I played the flip of this. Tom Shaughnessy, you requested it, I'm pretty sure, because it was already in the play box. These are the inspirations. What is that? Is that the lead singer here? Yes, it is. The lead singer on this is Edward Jaharni on lead. This is for Joel Chandler. The inspirations on the Sultan label. It's called The Feeling of Her Kiss. This is for Joel. That's from 1959. That's by request for Joel Chandler, a.k.a. Zenith, in our YouTube chat room. Those are the inspirations there. Inspirations on the Sultan label. It's called The Feeling of Her Kiss. And Joel, did you map out the lyrics to that song? I thought I saw you say that you did that, as that's what Joel has a knack for doing. He likes to get all the lyrics to these obscure records, which is a pretty cool thing to do if you could understand them. I'm telling you, for so many years, I used to listen to certain records, and I was kind of like mumbling the words. But I think Tom, no, we didn't. Tom, I think I played the Genie for you. That was it. Charlene didn't put it down there. The Inspirations, the Genie. I played that a couple weeks ago for Tom Shaughnessy, but that was the flip side there for Joel Chandler, The Feeling of Her Kiss on the Sultan label. As we continue here on Vinyl Treasures, we move into 1960. This is a request for Mike Sape. He wants to send this one out to listener Randy Caola. That is a Connecticut collector, both Mike and Randy out of Connecticut. And this singer, I should say the lead singer of this group, first began as the lead singer of the Fascinators that recorded for the Capitol label. You know their songs: Chapel Bells, Who Do You Think You Are, Oh Rosemarie, cool records by the Fascinators. His name is Tony Pasalacqua, but he embarked on a solo career, had some solo releases, I think, on Carlton Records, possibly. I think he does one. But he also sang with this group called the Twilights. He was the lead singer of the Twilights under a different name. He was known as Tony Richards. Tony Richards. This is on the Colpix record label from November 1960. Let's give a listen to the Twilights on Colpix. This is requested by Mike Sape, going out to Randy Caola. The song is called Paper Boy.
Paper boy, working every day, saving all my pay so I'll have money for a day. Met a girl just the other night, gonna ask tonight if she'll date the paper boy. She just moved into the neighborhood, and now she's on my route. When I deliver her paper, I'm gonna ask her to go out with me, boy. If she tells me yes, oh, such happiness she'll bring to this paper boy. She just moved into the neighborhood, and now she's on my route. When I deliver her paper, I'm gonna ask her to go out with me, boy. If she tells me yes, oh, such happiness she'll bring to this paper boy. Paper boy, oh, paper
That's those they're called the plus my place. The Twilights there. The Twilights with Tony Richards on lead, a.k.a. Tony Pasalacqua, November 1960 release on the Colpix record label. That song called Paper Boy. Paper Boy, that's going out from Mike Sape to Randy Caola. We are in the year 1960. This is a request for listener George Tompkins. This group first recorded as Willis Sanders and the Ember. They recorded on multiple labels. I think first for the Jupiter label back in 1957, but releases on Juno, Millionaire, Unart, and the Coral label. But here they are as just the Embers. and this is from May of 1960. It's on Randy Wood's Dot record label. This is their first of two on the Dot label. Willis Sanders on lead. For George Tompkins, these are the Embers from May of 1960. It's called Wait for Me. This is for George.
So, wait for me, but I've got to go, and that's the way it's got to be. Though I'd be gone, it won't be for long. Oh, darling, won't you wait for me? Please wait for me. Ever I roam, will be home, and you will always see. For the letters that I send somewhere at the end, oh darling, won't you wait for me? Wait for me. Don't stop yourself from dancing, girl. I want you to have a good time, but if you start romancing, yes remember, you're mine. Wherever I roam, my thoughts will be home, and you will always see. That I send somewhere at the end, oh darling, won't you wait for me? Darling, won't you wait for me? Wait for me, wait for me, wait for me.
As by request for listener George Tompkins, those are the Embers. The Embers on the Dot record label, Willis Sanders on lead, May 1960, one of the later releases by Willis Sanders and the Embers, song entitled Wait for Me. Well, we got to wait for Johnny G as we catch up here on the requests here. We have just joined Oldies and More Radio. I want to welcome in that crowd tuning in to Johnny G's Vinyl Treasure Show. And this next group, they hail from New York City. This is a request for listener Emnon. This is their debut single on Bill Lasley's At It record label. It's a trio consisting of James Ducko Adams, Moses Slick Nelson, and the lead singer Jimmy Williams, who wrote the tune. And they're being backed up by New York studio musicians. They're all singing together on this release. They would have two later releases on the Cracker Jack and Assault record labels. This is from September 1960. This is for Emnon, the Spydels on the At It label. It's called We're in Love.
Oh
That's going out to listener Amnon there, the sound of the Spydels, September 1960 release on the Addit label, We're in Love, a 25-cent purchase. Love to find records like that at the flea market for 25 cents, although I didn't pay 25 cents for this next record. It's a request for Evan. Evan, if you get this record for free, you're going to get a deal because it's a rare 45 out of Philadelphia. A request for listener Evan Blatt in our YouTube chat room. It's on Larry Van Dyke's Van Dyke record label. The group is known as the Globe Lighters, and this is their debut single. You requested the other one on Guidon. I don't have that one. I do have their final release on the Philtown label, which is more of a soulful sound, but this is more of a group sound here from early 1960 for Evan Blatt. These are the Globe Lighters on Van Dyke Records. It's called If I Were a King.
If I were a king, I'd give you my throne. If I were a duke, you could have all I own. But I am what I am. That's the way it's gonna be. So come on, pretty baby, come on and stick with me. If I were in love, I had someone who cared. I'd open the door and find she's not there. Then I'd feel so sad, oh, so lonely. So come on, baby, come on and stick with me. Well, the first time I saw you walking down the street, looking so good and looking so sweet. The first time I saw you, you were looking mighty fine. Girl, you know you're gonna make me lose my mind. If I were a king, I'd give you my throne. If I were a duke, you could have all I own. But I am what I am. That's the way it's gonna be. So come on, pretty baby, come on and stick with me.
That group called the Globe Lighters. They're out of Philadelphia there for Evan Blatt in our YouTube chat room. Early 1960 release. It's on Van Dyke Records. It's called If I Were a King. Yes, Johnny G is the king here on Saturday night, spinning 1950s and early 60s vocal group harmony records for you, the listeners, and also those of you tuned in on Oldies and More Radio. We move into 1961 now, and last week I played a request for Jim Lampley, the A-side of this 45, by a group called the Originals. It was called Gimme a Little Kiss, Will Ya? That was requested by Jim Lampley, but I love the ballad side of this. It's the group's first of two on the New York City Diamond record label, a tune written and produced by Dorian Burton and Joe Simmons. This group is called the Originals, which included Larry Stokes, Herb Brown, Raymond Crawford, George Williams, and Walter Crump. This is from October 61. The Originals with the B-side on the Diamond label. It's called At Times Like This.
Times like this, when the violins are playing.
B-sides here on the Vinyl Treasure Show. That's the sound of the originals. The originals from October 1961, the first of two on the Diamond label, At Times Like This. Johnny G hopefully giving you some good times at this here, listening to these cool tunes. Let's continue. We are in 1961. We go out to California now, and Butch Ford, this is a request for Butch Ford. He left for some lunch. He's listening in Hawaii, so he is, 6 hours he's 6 hours behind us, or behind Johnny G here in New York. But this group formed while attending LA's Fremont High School back in 1959. They had their debut single on the Sabrina label. They were known as the Marathons. They do a great tune. It's called Don't Know Why, which was a song pushed by Alan Freed when he was a DJ on KDAY back in 1960. But this is their second release when they changed their name from the Marathons to the Misfits. And they had this release that came out on the Aries label. This tune first recorded by the Brentwoods on Dore Records in July of 1960. And this is this tune, wait, that can't be. This is from 1961. Let's give a listen to the Misfits. This is for Butch Ford on the Aries label. It's called Midnight Star.
Once upon a dreamy midnight star, I wish that I could be where you are as I gaze at the star in the sky. Star in the sky.
There you go. That's for Butch Ford. Nice tune there by the Misfits. 1968 on the Aries record label out of California. Midnight Star is the name of the tune. Barbara likes to look at the stars. I should play that Bobette's 45 for her. Look at the stars. That's what she likes. But anyway, there you go. Midnight Star. Johnny G here on a Saturday evening as we continue here. Here's a flip side. I think it was last week I featured the Twisters. The Twisters on the Sunset label. I think, Evan, you might have requested that record on Sunset, a label out of California. The group is out of Athens, Georgia, though. And what was the name of the flip side there? Doesn't say it on that thing there, Charlene. I'll have to flip it over here after I say I didn't write anything for this record. I had it in the slot to play, but there was nothing in the file for it. But anyway, it's a flip side from last week or a couple weeks ago. But I know Evan requested it. It was a ballad side of this. But I figured I'd flipped this one in here. I needed an up-tempo side, so we're going to play it here. From November 61, these are the Twisters on the Sunset label. It's called Please Come Back.
My little baby has gone away. Don't know where, don't know when. I love her and I need her here by my side each night and day. I want her and I need her, so please come back to me, so please come back to me. My world seems so empty since you went away. Why did you leave? Why did you stay? Come on, back to me. Come on back to me. My world seems so empty since you went away. Why did you leave? Why did you stay? Come on, back to me. Come on, back to me. Come on, back to me. I miss you so. Will you please come back to me? Come on back to me. Come on back.
That group called the Twisters there. Great two-sided 45 that's out on November 61 on the Sunset label. Please Come Back is the name of the tune. Is This the End was the name of it, yes. And it was Evan, I think you requested that either last week or a couple weeks ago. I added it last minute, didn't tell Charlene, but never got a chance to do the write-up. Anyway, let's continue here, though. We are in 61, and this is a request for listener Tom Shaughnessy. And he wanted to hear a B-side to the debut single by this group from Brooklyn, New York. They were known as the Caslons, and they were students at Madison High School at the time, and their manager, his name was Stallman Johnson, wrote both sides of this 45 and got them the contract with Sidney Siegel's Seco record label. Now, the A side of this 45 was called Anniversary of Love. That was the side that was played on the radio, but Tommy requested the B-side, and it features Sal Mondion. I don't know what that is, Charlene. Sal Mondion on lead. I guess that's the name of it. I don't know. It's kind of like phonetically here, so I don't know how to say this. But anyway, and I remember this song was a special request. I had a listener named Malcolm, and unfortunately he passed away. It was very sad that he passed away, but he would always request two records from me. One was a Dee Dee Sharp record. I think it was Set My Heart at Ease, which was the flip side to Mashed Potato Time, and this record by the Caslons. So this is a request now, though, for Tom Shaughnessy, July 61. The Caslons on the Seco record label. It's called The Quiet One.
They talk about
you leave the floor, I'll understand. You can be sure. Just nod your head and say no more. Say no more. 'Cause here you are, you're dancing with the quiet one. But suddenly I find I have some words to say. So if you'd like, I'd like to dance the whole night away. I'm glad you stayed to dance with me, and if it's more than courtesy, I'll speak my heart just endlessly. 'Cause here you are, you're dancing with the quiet one. 'Cause here you are, you're dancing with the quiet one.
For all the quiet guys out there, that one there for Tom Shaughnessy, the Caslons from July 61, the flip side of Anniversary of Love, song entitled The Quiet One on the Seco record label. Now I could play Darlene Love, He's a Quiet Guy, right? That would be a good segue to that tune. As we continue here, we move into 1962 now with this request for Jimmy Amato. This is not an easy record to find. This group is called the Squires. They are out of Chicago, Illinois. Now, the lead singer of this group was also the lead singer, or previously the lead singer, of the Eldorados that recorded for VJ Records. So this is on R.C. Robinson and Don Clay's Boss label out of Chicago, and they're called the Squires. And Perkle Lee Moses, he's the lead singer on this. He also wrote this tune. This is from 1962, going out to Jimmy Amato in our YouTube chat room. The Squires on the Boss label. It's called It's Time.
It's time to say goodnight. Here's hoping that you let me hold you tight. We have so much to live for and so much to strive for we have love and it's so divine. Now with the last kiss, my heart is sighing. I don't know if I'm laughing or crying. I don't know if I'm singing. I don't know if I'm blind. All I know is that you're really, really mine. It seems I want the day to last a little more. Every time I see your lovely face, darling, my heart surrenders with loving sympathy. Oh, it's time to say goodnight. Darling, I'm hoping with all of my might that you love me, always love me, really love me, and say goodnight with a kiss. Oh, 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 oh.
Darlettes going out to Jimmy Amato in our YouTube chat room. That's Perkle Moses on lead. There he was. He sound same lead as the El Dorados there with his group called the Squires from 1962. It's on the Boss label. It's Time is the name of the tune. Not quite time. Not quite time. We still got a little bit more to go here. And let's go to Louisville, Kentucky for this next group. This is a request for Butch Ford in Hawaii. It's on a label called Derby Records. It's the group's only release, a tune written by Rosetta Crowley, and the group is called Peter, Pete, and the Lovers. Peter, Pete, and the Lovers on the Derby label from March 62. It's called A Lonely Island. This is for Butch. That one there going out to Butch Ford in Hawaii, March 62 release for Peter, Pete, and the Lovers on the Derby label, Derby Records out of Louisville, Kentucky, Record Hound. This is a different Derby label, but you are correct. That West Coast Derby label was owned by Sam Cooke, also owned the SAR record label, but not this label. This is for Butch. It's called A Lonely Island. There you go, by Peter, Pete, and the Lovers. We are in 1962. This is a request for listener Adrian Viterbo, listening in Mexico. The lead singer of this group previously sang with the Five Wings on the King record label back in 1955. I think he was the lead singer with that group. But in 1960, he formed his new group on Bobby Robinson's Fury record label. They had a decent hit with a song called Valerie, came out on Fury Records, but they also recorded for the Mascot record label, B. Caslons' Mascot record label. This is their first of three on the Mascot label, written by the lead singer. His name is Jackie LaRue, Jackie LaRue. This is from August 62. This is going out to Adrian. Don't know if you're still in the chat room there, Adrian, but this is for you. Jackie and the Starlights on Mascot. It's called I Heard You. It's for Adrian.
I was standing in the shadow when I saw you walking by, and I heard you when you told him he would love him until you died. Don't you know, girl, I'll always love you. Don't you know, girl, I'll always care. Oh, and I heard you when you told him there was nothing between you and I. And I heard you when you told him love for me had already died. That's when the tears they rolled down to my lips, and I started tasting all the sorrow within, and I was hurting. I was hurt so inside. God, you told me, baby. You told me.
That's Jackie and the Starlights with Jackie LaRue on lead. That's going out to Adrian Viterbo, listening in Mexico. He's in our YouTube chat room, August 1962. I Heard You, that one there on the Mascot record label is first of three. Not a lot of crying in that one that he normally does. Sometimes he does a lot of crying in a lot of his tunes. We are in 1962. Let's go to the Bronx, New York. This is a request for Joe Shacatano in our YouTube chat room that this singer, he had 2 releases on Morris Levy's Roulette record label. This is his second, a tune written by Carl DiMucci. Many people thought it was Dion DiMucci, but it is not. It's Carl DiMucci. Carl DiMucci and Tony Rotelli. This is produced by Henry Glover, and there is an uncredited vocal group here, but a group backing him up are the Cadillacs. The Cadillacs are backing this singer up. His name is Bruce Bruno. Bruce Bruno from May 62 on Roulette Records. This is going out to Joe Shacatano. It's called Dear Joanne.
my heart, my care. And I told you I wanted you for our love to share. I told you, oh my darling, that I needed and wanted you too. Oh, but you went away and left me this way. So please, Joanne, wherever you may be, oh, let my love always be. And oh, Joanne, you'll always be part of my heart.
As going out to Joe Shacatano there. That's Bruce Bruno. Bruce Bruno. Did I say his name right? I don't remember how I said his name. I'm losing my mind. And the uncredited Cadillacs there from May 1962 on the Roulette record label, song entitled Dear Joanne. Now, in 1963, Bruce Bruno was the warming up act at concerts for Ronnie Hawkins and the Hawks. It was unfortunate that Bruce Bruno passed away February 19th of 2020, not too long ago there, but we remember him here on the Vinyl Treasures show. We are in 1962. Let's go to Asbury Park, New Jersey for this next group. It's a request for listener Ronnie Sherman. This singer first recorded on Al Brown's Al John record label, yes, on Al Brown's Al John record label. Then this one came out on the Buzzy label. Buzzy Records, by the way, was owned by Herman Lubinsky's son, I think. His name was Buzzy Lubinsky. He was the son of Herman Lubinsky, yes, owner of Savoy Records in Newark. And this tune co-written by the lead singer, his name is Ray DeRouge. Ray DeRouge was the lead singer of this group called Ray and the Darlettes. This is from 62. This is for Ronnie Sherman on Buzzy Records. It's called There Will Always Be. This is Ray and the Darlettes.
Many things come and go, like April showers and Christmas snow. But there will always be girl like you, boy like me. Happy times, sad times too, disappear like morning dew. But there will always be girl like you, boy like me. Mother Nature gave us love, a treasure so divine, to last forever through the years and conquer Father Time. Years go by, won't return, but one thing I have learned, there will always be girl like you, boy like me, girl like you, boy like me.
That's going out to Ronnie Sherman there. That's Ray and the Darchets from 1962. There Will Always Be. That one's on the Buzzy record label. This one comes with comes on blue vinyl and also on green vinyl. I have the easy way, I guess, on the black vinyl, but their first record was called Little Girl So Fine. That went on the Al John record label. We are in 1962. Here's a request for Tom Shaughnessy as we go to Chicago, Illinois. Now, the group members here are Carl Edmondson, Paul Singleton, Marvin Lockhart, and this tune written by Charles Colbert Jr. This would later come out on Tip Top Records, but this is the first label, the Gemini record label from April 62. Let's give a listen to the Dolphins. The Dolphins on Gemini. This is for Tom Shaughnessy. It's a one-word title. It's called Dance.
Boom, 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 boom.
As for Tommy Shaughnessy there to wake us all up there, those are the Dolphins, the Miami Dolphins. No, the Dolphins on the Gemini record label, April 1962. Song entitled Dance. As we continue, we are in 62. We go to the Bronx, New York now for this request for Joel Chandler, a.k.a. Zenith, in our YouTube chat room. And this girl group consisted of Shirley Cryer. Shirley Cryer was the sister of Arthur Cryer. Arthur Cryer sang with a whole bunch of groups. It was a member of the Mellows and the Crafties and the Halos and other groups. The other gal in this group was Gail Noble, and the lead singer, her name is Diane Christian, who was the lead singer on this. And this is the first release for this song. Came out first in July of 62, then again it came out in 63, but first as Diane and the Darlettes, and then later on as the Darlettes, so I'm featuring it the first way here. This is for Joel Chandler, Diane and the Darlettes from July 62 on Dunes Records. It's called Just You.
Feel
That's going out to Joel Chandler there. That's actually a B-side. Daryl, you mentioned it. The A-side is called The Wobble. There are males in that group. I think the Halos in with them, backing them up. But this is the B-side. Song entitled Just You from July 62 by Diane and The Darlettes with Diane Christian on lead. That's for Joel Chandler. Came out on the Dunes record label. Here She Comes is the second release. It came out in 63, sometime in 63, flipped with this song called Just You, but they were just known as the Darlettes there. We continue here as we start to wind down here on this Saturday night Vinyl Treasure show, and we go out to the West Coast now with this request for Jimmy Amato. It's for Johnny Wyatt and the High Tones. Now, Johnny was the lead singer of Rochelle and the Candles. You may know their song called Once Upon a Time. Came out on the Swingin' record label. But here's a release on the Big Time label. This is not an easy record to find either, pretty hard. This tune first done by the Caslons on the Rift label. I played that last week, but let's give a listen to this release here for Jimmy Amato. It's by Johnny Wyatt and the High Tones from May 62 on Big Time Records, and their rendition of the tune, We Met at a Dance.
Dancing, dancing, oh, dancing. We met at a dance one Saturday night. The orchestra was playing while I held her tight as she introduced herself to me while we were dancing, dancing, oh, dancing. The lights was low and the music was slow, and that was my chance to find true romance as she introduced herself to me while we were dancing, dancing, dancing. As we came face to face in that sweet embrace, with all the stars in our eyes, I knew right from the start that she had came into my heart, and no one would ever take her place. Oh, the touch of her hand, and it was oh so grand. While we wandered into love land, and she introduced herself to me while we were dancing, dancing, oh, dancing, 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 oh, dancing, dancing, dancing,
That's for Jimmy Amato there. That's Johnny Wyatt. Johnny Wyatt and the High Tones, May 1962 on Big Time Records. We Met at a Dance. We'll flip it over next Saturday for Jimmy Amato. I'm wondering is a nice flip side on that 45. Let's continue now. We are in 1963. Here's a request for Nat Papagallo, listening down in Naples, Florida. This group, or I should say this singer, he's out of New York City, had his debut single in 1962 on the Artiste label. Then he did two on Hiram Johnson's Johnson label. His real name is Robert J. Baruco Sr., but he recorded as Bobby Capri. Bobby Capri, this is his second of two on the Johnson record label from 1963. It's Bobby Capri and the Velvet Satins on Johnson Records. The song is called the Night. This is for Nat.
I gaze at the moon, reach for each star. Where is my baby? So near yet so far. The night with all its mystery keeps telling me to go back to you, and you'll be waiting for me. Can it be true, or is it just infatuation? Keeps telling me to go back to you, and you'll be waiting for me. And then her vision appeared to me and whispered softly, come back to me, 'cause the keeps telling me, go back to you, and you'll be waiting for me. Well, the
As going out to Nat Papagallo in Naples, Florida. Do you have that in your jukebox, Nat? That's not an easy record to find. You can get it on the Clifton reissue for $1 or $2. That's how you can get it. But anyway, that's 63 on the Johnson record label. That's Bobby Capri and the Velvet Satins. That one there called The Night. Unfortunately, that we lost Bobby on October 3rd of 2013 at the age of 68, unfortunately, but we remember him here on Vinyl Treasures. We are in 63. Let's go back to Brooklyn. This is a request for listener Emnon, and this group began recording in 62 with releases on the Trans Atlas label, also on Shelley Records, and then Fred Kaplan, owner of Cape Records, record store in Brooklyn, created a label called Cape Records and signed them to his label. This is their first of 3 they recorded on the Cape label. It features Robert Burton on lead. This is from May of 1963. This is going out to Emnon. These are the Cactis, KAC-TIES on the Cape record label. It's called Girl in My Heart for Emnon.
Ding a dong a ding a ping a pong a ping a ling a long a ling a hoop chop chop ding a dong a ding a ping a pong a ling a long a hoop chop chop ding a dong a ding a ping a pong a ling a long a hoop chop chop. Girl in my heart, ding a dong a ding a ping a pong, I love you so, and I never let you go, and your girl in my heart. Sweet kisses, and that's what I need.
No crackle on that 45 at the end, but a styrene press. You know how much Johnny G hates styrene 45s, especially the Shelley product ones. Those are the cat ties. Cat ties from May 1963 on the Cape record label. Girl in My Heart is the name of the tune. That one they're going out to Amnon, Robert Burton, lead singer on that one. 3 more 45s to go before we sign off here on the Vinyl Treasure Show. Let's go out to Seattle, Washington for this next group. This is a request for Josue Perez listening out in California. They are called the Galahads. They recorded on a bunch of different labels: Night Owl Records, Donna Records, Delphi Records, Rendezvous, and this one, Seacrest Records. And it features Billy Burns. No. What did I say here? The lead on this is Billy Burns and the Counts? I don't know about that. But Billy Burns, he's the lead singer, October 1964. These are the Galahads for Josue Perez on Seacrest. The song is called My Offering.
Darling, come closer to me. Come closer to me. I want you so.
That's going out to Josue Perez there, the sound of the Galahads from October 1964 on the Seacrest record label. That's styrene crackle on there. That's why I don't like styrene records, I tell you guys and gals, I don't. Billy Burns on lead, the Galahads there with My Offering. That's going out to Josue Perez. Gotta say hello to Mady Campoy, that she has been missing in action here on the Vinyl Treasure Show for a while, but I'm glad that she's back in our chat room. As a Mady, so many people have asked me, whatever happened to that girl's Mady requests? She had so many great requests that we like to hear. So Mady, just telling you the emails that I did receive, and so there's no reason for us to explain to them why, but we're just glad that you're back in our chat room there. So thank you for being here tonight. We got 2 more 45s to go before Johnny G signs off here. And last week I played a request for listener Joe Shacatano. He requested the Planets with 2 T's. The Planets with 2 T's on the Gold Disc record label. It was called The Magic Age of 16. First released on the Music World record label, but I played it on the Gold Disc records. It featured Jimmy Ancrum on lead, but we're going to flip that 45 over here before we file it back down in the No Humidity basement. This is from June 64. They're called The Planets on Gold Disc Records. Jimmy Ancrum on lead. The song is called So Young, So Warm, So Wonderful. The Planets.
For Jesus.
So young, so warm, and so wonderful. She's my desire. She sets me on fire.
For Jesus.
So young, so warm, and so wonderful. I love her still with each passing thrill as the days go on. I long to take you home. I long for the day when the sweet words you say.
For Jesus.
So young, so warm, and so wonderful. I love her still with each passing thrill as the days go on. I long to take you home. I long for the day when the sweet words you say.
For Jesus.
So young, so warm, and so wonderful.
For Jesus.
So young, so warm, and so wonderful.
For Jesus.
So young, so warm, and so wonderful.
We'll send that one out to Brian Dick in our YouTube chat room there. He likes that tune there by The Planets, June 1964 on the Gold Disc. That's George Goldner's Gold Disc record label. So young, so warm, and so wonderful. That's going to do it for Johnny G and the Vinyl Treasure Show. It's time to go to sleep. Thank you all for tuning into the Vinyl Treasure Show. If you have any requests or emails, you like to chat with the DJ, send me an email at vinyltreasures@aol.com. If I get a lot of emails during the week. Thank you all. You know, DJs love to get emails from their listeners. That's very important. But of course, you can use that email also to send me your requests, vinyltreasures@aol.com. If you missed any of the program, it'll be on YouTube momentarily. I mean, I've been lucky. I didn't see any copyright strikes tonight. Not at all. Not one thing across my window there for that, but that's a good thing. So you can come back and you can look at the show whenever you'd like. If you don't want to look at the show, you can listen. You can go to vinyltreasures.net. You can stream or download the show there. I have it available for you to download or stream it. You can do that. Or, like I said, or you can tune in on Oldies and More Radio. I'm on there now. We are in Vinyl Treasure Overtime there. We did an hour and 10 minutes here. But Johnny G's got to go. I am tired today. It was been hot the last few days, and we had rain today. I hate this hot and humid weather. It's not good for my 45's either. But anyway, thank you all for tuning in this evening. I'll be back here next Saturday night at 9 p.m. Eastern Time for more 1950s and early 60s 45's out of my collection. I'm also here on Wednesday evenings from 9 p.m. Eastern Time till midnight, where I play soul 45's out of my collection and some transitional tunes here. But this is more of the group harmony doo-wop side on this show. But Wednesday night, it's a soul show, maybe with a little bit touch of the 70s too. But I'll be on Oldies and More Radio there and also on YouTube. So tell your friends about it. We need to get to 1,000 subscribers. It's very important. The thumbs up is always important, and click that bell to get notifications. Then we'll be doing some specials during the week. So I'm taking suggestions. tons of suggestions from you listeners. Thank you all for that. But we're going to close the show tonight because Johnny G's ready to fall asleep. We're going to close the show tonight with a request for Joe Shacatano. Now, Joe, you might have requested the flip side of this. Didn't I play this? And you were like upset because I didn't play the medieval release, because this song, actually, this group recorded in 1962 on the Big Al label as the Beachcombers. I think it was Memories that I played on that label, but in 1964, it's a re-recording of it. That's what it was. So I think you got upset because I didn't play this one, but I'm playing it now. This is on Eddie Gry's Medieval record label out of Hackensack, New Jersey. From the Beachcombers, they became the Crafttones. And this is a different flip side, though. This side that you requested is not on that Big Al single, but it's from 1964. These are the Crafttones on Medieval Records, and this is actually a cover of a tune originally recorded by Eddie Fisher back in 1955 for RCA Records. It's called Everybody's Got a Home But Me. That's for Joe Shacatano. That's our closer tonight. That's it. I'm out of here. Thank you, Charlene, again for all your help. Everybody have a safe and happy week. Stay cool, but I'll be back next Saturday night for more cool 50s and early 60s 45s out of my collection. So just want to say, everybody, so long for Joe.
As I roll by the house with the windows lighted up, looking pretty as a Christmas